Goldberg didn't see it. Referee didn't see it. Goldberg didn't see it. Referee didn't see it. Goldberg didn't see it. Referee didn't see it. Goldberg didn't see it. Referee didn't see it.
And you don't know how to do that. So that's where I come in, and I keep your emotions and I deal with your emotions over here. But when it comes time for business, I implement what you told me on the emotion side into handling it in a professional manner because sometimes it's hard for you to be professional.
Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
a popular Islamic preacher. Yusuf Estes is the founder and host of Guide TV. Interestingly, during one of his services, Yusuf's head briefly transformed into a reptilian-looking creature.
And I don't do it through debates. I don't need to debate any Christian. I was a Christian. I am a Muslim. If you want, I can give you both sides, easy. But he will ask you if you delivered the message. I'll play both parts. I'll be the Christian and tell you this, and then I'll be the Muslim and give the answer. You were at a place and you saw somebody change their religion to another religion in the temple of that religion, and the father was the priest there, what would you think? And I don't do it through debates. I don't need to debate any Christian. I was a Christian. I am a Muslim. If you want, I can give you both sides, easy. But he will ask you if you delivered the message. It's just like it happened yesterday. I'm standing in between the kitchen . I'll play both parts. I'll be the Christian and tell you this, and then I'll be the Muslim and give the answer. You were at a place and you saw somebody change their religion to another religion in the temple of that religion, and the father was the priest there, what would you think?
Aro bro, aro, aro, aro onek, aro beshi, aro, aro.
The Earth must be preserved. And these visitors, some call them guardians of life on Earth, are not going to allow one generation of men to destroy the biosphere and the planet and the promise of humanity. These extraterrestrial civilizations are here to help us.
It's about new energy and the transformation of our civilization from one that right now is headed over a cliff and needs to be brought back up, phoenix-like, from the ashes. Universal peace, interplanetary relations, a new civilization that has no pollution, free energy, abundance for the elimination of poverty in the world. If you're not willing to take a risk for that, you don't have a soul. I mean, you're not worthy of breathing the free air of Earth.
These gentlemen believe that this planet is being visited by beings from another world who, for whatever reason, have taken an interest in the nuclear arms race. Whoever are aboard these craft are sending a signal to both Washington and Moscow, among others, that we are playing with fire, that the possession and threatened use of nuclear weapons potentially threatens the human race and the integrity of the planetary environment.
That led to Chris Wood's death. What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death? The fuck is that? Shit! I'm dying in this fucking country ass fucked up town. Shit flying in my mouth. The fuck? I can't see pollen. Let's get the fuck out this country, motherfucker. I can't even see me.
Are you afraid of bugs? I'm afraid of unexpected bugs. My photographer and I, we were shooting the scene, and this grasshopper out of nowhere in my mouth.
Did you eat the grasshopper?
No, I didn't. Spit it out immediately.
Many of your medicines we know from the COVID vaccine, very effective, very welcome. The logistics around that vaccine were not straightforward because of the new technologies. We're talking about countries here that do not have.
At last. Welcome, Neo. Please, come, sit.
And now I think with this announcement, we are making this dream reality.
Many of your medicines we know from the COVID vaccine, very effective, very welcome. The logistics around that vaccine were not straightforward because of the new technology. Many of your medicines we know from the COVID vaccine, very effective. No, from the COVID vaccine, very effective, very welcome. The logistics around that.
And now I think with this announcement, we are making this dream reality.
Many of your medicines we know from the COVID vaccine, very effective, very welcome. The logistics around that vaccine were not straightforward because of the new technology. Many of your medicines we know from the COVID vaccine, very effective. No, from the COVID vaccine, very effective, very welcome. The logistics around that. What have you announced today, this big initiative, which seems to be the first of its kind?
It is indeed, and we are very happy and proud about it. We announced that Pfizer will provide all the patent-protected medicines, those that are not available with cheap generics, to all low-income countries. And in addition to that, to all the low-income countries that graduated from that status 10 years ago. That's a total of 45 countries, 1.2 billion of people at cost. And not only that we will provide all the medicines that we have now, but we are making the commitment that all the future medicines, and typically we are bringing 1 to 2 new medicines that we are discovering every year, that will be included automatically in this accord.
How have you been able to make this happen? How bluntly can you afford to do it? We know developing new medicines costs an enormous amount of money and time. How have you been able to make this?
I imagine that right now you're feeling a bit like Alice, tumbling down the rabbit hole.
You could say that.
I can see it in your eyes.
I think that the money was not the issue. I think it was a lot of technical and bureaucratic issues that had to be resolved with how to ensure the supply over there, the regulatory approval, we can bring the medicines to the people. And these are actually the things that worry me the most, rather than the cost that we will absorb in any case. I think the reason why we did it is already in 2019, I remember it was the first year I took over, the first week I took over, me and my new leadership team, we went in a meeting and we said, we are decided what will be the goals of the next 5 years. One of them was to reduce by year 2023 by 50%, cut in half, the number of people in the world that cannot afford our medicines. And now I think with this announcement, we are making this dream reality.
Many of your medicines, we know from the COVID vaccine, very effective, very welcome. The logistics around that vaccine were not straightforward because of the new technologies. We're talking about countries here that do not have.
You have the look of a man who accepts what he sees because he is expecting to wake up. Ironically, this is not far from the truth. Do you believe in fate, Neil?
No,
Why not?
because I don't like the idea that I'm not in control of my life.
I know exactly what you mean. Do you know what I'm talking about?
The Matrix.
Do you want to know what it is?
Advanced healthcare infrastructure. How will you get the medicines from Pfizer to the people who really need them? Because if they're in a warehouse, they don't do any good.
This is a very big issue. And in fact, that issue became very visible during the pandemic. Right now, there are hundreds of millions of doses of our vaccine that are offered for free, not at cost, for free, including the shipment. And those countries, they have very low vaccination rates. They don't accept any more shipments because they don't have the infrastructure to do the vaccinations, to convince the people to come to take the vaccines. For this reason, in addition to just providing the medicine at cost, we selected 5 of these 45 countries, which are Rwanda, Uganda, Ghana, Malawi, and Senegal, that we already signed letters with these governments that we are going not only to provide the medicines, but work on the ground, so to help identify the blockages, the issues. Because one thing it is to have a breast cancer medicine for a woman, but the other thing is that you need to diagnose that this woman has breast cancer. And one thing is that you are avoiding to make diagnosis because you don't have medicines, but now you do have. So we need to organize this part as well.
The pandemic, do you think it is, so much of this flows from your learnings of the pandemic? Do you think the pandemic has perhaps, it's reminded the world of the power of medicine?
The Matrix.
the power of science, has it reminded your industry of its responsibility to the whole world rather than just those rich countries that are lucky enough to be able to afford great medicines?
I think both are true to a very high degree. I think the world realized the value that the vibrant life sciences sector can bring to society. And the life sciences sector is composed by the private, but also the academia. As we saw the example AstraZeneca, Oxford, for example. So we saw other examples. Us with BioNTech, for example, that was with a biotech company. And but also reminded of us when we have these weapons in these tools, we must find ways that they reach all and not only those that they can afford them.
Can I just quickly ask you about COVID? You may well have said this publicly. What are your projections for vaccine production, for maintaining?
You have to see it for yourself. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Control on the pandemic and also the prospect of new variants and the requirement to develop drugs.
I have no concerns on manufacturing capacity. We have built manufacturing capacity that covers the needs of the entire world easily right now. And we have perfected our manufacturing processes. Now, clearly we are watching the variants that are emerging. And we see that some of them, they are smarter than others and they can evade to somehow the protection of our vaccines. That's why we are working on updated versions of those vaccines that will cover those. Right now, we have most of the data in-house. Very few remain to be collected. And then we will present to regulators like the UK regulator, the European, the American regulator, all this information, so upgraded and better vaccines in the future.
Do you have any idea how many years we will be administering COVID vaccines? Do you have a horizon on this?
I don't have a crystal ball, but there are a lot of variants that can affect this outcome. But I think the virus will remain among us. And I think we will have the tools to go back to normal life. So I don't think that because the variants exist, we have to impose restrictions on our lives. But people will need to get vaccinated. And then, of course, there are treatments. The big difference between this year and last year is that last year we didn't have that many treatments. And if we had, were only for people that were really in the hospital. Now we have treatments that you can take it and don't go to the hospitals. No one should die from COVID nowadays.
Can you believe it? 3 short years from Chinese flu, from the pandemic to this, so quickly. Can you believe it? I mean, you're a man in this industry.
You know, so many things happened and I was so much in the center of what was happening, I can't believe in other things.
Okay. I may ask you one more, maybe slightly parochial question. In the UK, there is some worry around monkeypox. I don't know whether smallpox is a vaccine that Pfizer has and what you would have any observations on the outbreaks we are seeing in Europe and America. It's causing some concern.
Clearly, like everyone, we were alerted when we see the rise of some cases. We didn't have any before, and suddenly we do have. I'm not that worried right now, but that doesn't mean that we just relax. We are watching and monitoring very carefully. Looks like this is a situation that is not that transmissible, so very difficult to become a pandemic. And also looks like there are already medicine vaccines that can work. Now, we can debate if they can work pretty well or if we need new generations. And this is what exactly we are doing right now, to see if there is a need so that we can intervene on that.
So we're staying calm.
We're staying calm and monitor. I think right now the real problem is really COVID.
Absolutely. Not now, Mark. Okay, thank you very much.
To be the next prime minister.
Now, one of the hardest things that people have to understand, and I completely appreciate it, is this idea of shapeshifting. Now, it's an ancient It's an ancient thing in terms of accounts all over the world, not just shape-shifting between human and reptilian, but shape-shifting between human and many different forms, animal forms, etc. And people perceive it, because we're so locked into this reality is real, as like a physical, solid human body transforming into a solid reptilian body and then back again. Because I've spoken to people all over the world, in vast numbers now, who have seen this phenomenon of seeing someone, a human, suddenly transform into a reptilian figure and then come back again. And the ancient accounts talk about the same thing. And people think, hey, it's impossible, mate. How could a body change into another body? I mean, the person would die, wouldn't they? Well, that's not what's happening. As we talked about in the first half, the only place that the physical reptilian form and the physical human form exist is in here, when their energetic form is decoded into a holographic, apparently physical form. So when something's shape-shifting, it shifts in the decoding mechanism by which we decode different energy fields. It's literally like changing a television channel. You've got the human field, which is obscuring the reptilian field, because they hide behind the human field, so we don't know what the hell's going on. And if I'm observing the human field, that's the prime field that I'm decoding, I will see a human. But if this becomes the prime field, suddenly, for whatever reason, I'm now decoding the reptilian field, the reptilian energy field. What is happening in my decoded system in my mind is I'm seeing a human physical form, reptilian physical form, human physical. Did you see that? Bloke's just changed into a bloody lizard. So it's in the decoding that shapeshifting takes place, because there is no physical form out there. It's in here. That's where it all goes on. And this movement of energy fields is where we get confused, and it's where the decoding mechanism makes us think that very strange things are going on.
What do you want me to do? Lay down and play dead?
You're stupid, old man. I'm a snake. The greatest thing the devil ever did was make you people believe he didn't exist.
Upcoming card is this man. What was that? Macho Man Randy Savage?
It happened so fast you can't even talk about it. Lucky person, yeah, out there somewhere is going to win a silver cloud. What a lucky person.
A small smoke-filled arena, just this side of the Twilight Zone.
Welcome to all elite reptilians.
If you say yes, think about how dominant we can be.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove they're spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
We sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
And as far as him taking my soul, I sold that a long time ago.
You thrive off of intimidation. My vibrational frequencies are too high for that. You feed off of fear. My 0 point is a great distance from fear. What you are is low vibrational reptilians. What I am is a descended god, and I'm here to prove that tonight I stamp out fear.
That's when I knew I would sell my soul to keep this. To you, your hair, your crown, your identity, that you'll lose a piece of your soul. Bianca, you don't want to lose your soul. I've already sold mine. And I would sell it every day of the week and twice on Mondays if it means keeping this on my shoulder.
Soraya in AEW. Holy smokes. Soraya in AEW. Holy smokes. Soraya here. Run. Soraya in AEW. Holy smokes.
The devil has arrived. And since you all literally worship the ground that I walk, that makes you all my loyal devil worshippers.
Shafir, another victory. Wow. Shafir, another victory. Wow.
Yeah. So here's the deal. If Jesus was real. Well, okay, if the guy had it coming, he had it coming. But listen.
You know what, John? When you came back from your little stint at rehab, you told a story about a demon. And that demon, it hanged over your head like a black cloud, and it was in your ear. And the demon told you that everything you've earned since you left those slums of Cincinnati, you don't deserve it. That demon told you he was going to take everything away from you. Your family, your fame, your success, your fortune. Know this, John Moxley. If you do not tread lightly, you will find out that I am that demon.
Also, not to be an asshole, all right? Guy gets strung up on a corpse. Not great, right?
Not
But he
the
died.
best.
He died fairly quickly.
You signed a deal with the devil.
Introduce the person. Maxwell, Chief of Freedom.
See, you must have been confused with somebody else. Because I'm not the same
129 days since MJF's last match. And look back at that here tonight on the extended anniversary edition.
They worship me. They would drink my snake if they could. The devil has arrived.
Who is head of the table?
Who is head of the table? Without saying any names, you're looking into his eyes right now. Viva Mexico.
Mexico, I want to introduce you to someone very special, our biggest fan, Luciano.
The love just hits me like a wave. I will never forget this for the rest of my life. Here we go. Viva Mexico.
What's happening, Captain? What is? You're all over the place here. You're all over the page. If you were one of those
head out the back,
lie
Jack.
detector charts, you'd be just speaking with a forked tongue. You lizard person, you.
You and the lizard people. This has become some kind of weird obsession with you.
I'm telling you, there may be something to this. I think there is now to this QAnon thing. You know, I'm saying if you walk down the streets of America now, if you go up to 42% of the people you see and just punch them in the face, their face will shatter and it will fall away, and underneath will be the reptilian creature that battled Captain Kirk on the planet on Star Trek. A big reptilian crocodilosaurus, or what would it be? A crocodilosaurus?
Yeah, it's a croc of something.
Or an alligator. Crocosaurus. That's what it is. It's the Crocosaurus.
The skin breaks off. What is that? What is the skin made out of? The skin
You've
that
never
covers
seen
the
that
lizard.
in the movies? The movies that have foretold all these things?
So you believe that?
And the Twilight Zone, when you punch and House of Wax, and when you punch the heel in the face, and the face cracks, and they're either lizard people or they're disfigured underneath.
Why stop there? What about Freddy Krueger?
Well,
what about?
There you go.
Friday the 13th.
If you go under these masks or these makeup jobs or this false exterior, you got lizard people. I'm one of the believers now.
That's crazy. What do you think of They Live?
I think they do.
What do you think of the film They Live?
Oh, the film. I thought you meant the concept. Yeah, I think, if we had those glasses, boy, I'll tell you, a lot more people in the wrestling business would probably be unpopular. But that was a fine turn, I thought, of thespianism by Roddy Piper in They Live.
That's true. The Blue Boy has sold his soul, and now he's reaping the benefits.
Made a deal a long time ago with my soul, with the big man upstairs. That's already his. As far as you guys walking away with a WWF title to some cemetery man using it as a tombstone, that's not gonna happen. If I don't beat you in San Antonio, brother, you might as well bury me along with all my Hulkamaniacs. But in my worst nightmare, as I think about the scalpel stressing and ripping my sternum apart, as my heart is still beating in my chest, and it's Paul Bear and the Undertaker digging inside my body to find my soul. All you would find would be millions of little Hulksters that you'd have to fight night after night after night. Hulkamania's immortal, my soul's immortal, and what's it gonna do?
But with my makeup partner manager, the lovely Elizabeth, at ringside, you can bet that Lady Luck's going to be riding high on my shoulder tonight. It seems as though the scales of justice have tipped a little bit more in the Hulkster's way.
Brother. Let it begin.
Quite an experience to live in fear, isn't it? That's what it is to be a slave.
Open your mind. experience living fears. That's what it is to be a slave.
Our impulses are being redirected. We are living in an artificially induced state of consciousness that resembles sleep.
Right? As someone who set the example, one must follow and one must live. And His Majesty is the only one, and the perfect one who do it.
What about
So,
Please understand, they are safe as long as they are not discovered. That is their primary method of survival. To keep us asleep, keep us selfish, keep us sedated.
Ahora sí me... Valla bakıcılığıma. Tırnaları bana bunu. Tırnalarımı ben bu. Bilmem onu. Tırnağı çok. İcazını karayım. Bana. Tut tut. Oh. Perché che vara spirini ada uruata. Che vara distrator gebrat jatwal.
D'abord en Nouvelle-Écosse.
It's new graphics chips. Also some good signs. Those shows are not having technical difficulties, so I might. It's new graphics chips. Also some good signs. Those shows are not having technical. It's new graphics chips. Also some good signs. Those shows are not having technical difficulties, so I might.
Now, one of the hardest things that people have to understand, and I completely appreciate it, is this idea of shapeshifting. Now, it's an ancient thing in terms of accounts all over the world, not just shapeshifting between human and reptilian, but shapeshifting between human and many different forms, animal forms, etc. And people perceive it because we're so locked into this reality is real, as like a physical, solid human body transforming into a solid reptilian body and then back again. Because I've spoken to people all over the world, vast numbers now, who have seen this phenomenon of seeing someone, a human, suddenly transform into a reptilian figure and then come back again. And the ancient accounts talk about the same thing. And people think, hey, it's impossible, mate. How could a body change into another body? I mean, the person would die, wouldn't they? Well, that's not what's happening. As we talked about in the first half, the only place that the physical reptilian form and the physical human form exist is in here, when their energetic form is decoded into a holographic, apparently physical form. So when something's shape-shifting, it shifts in the decoding mechanism by which we decode different energy fields. It's literally like changing a television channel. You've got the human field, which is obscuring the reptilian field because they hide behind the human field, so we don't know what the hell's going on. And if I'm observing the human field, that's the prime field that I'm decoding, I will see a human. But if this...
Vale. Ahí está. ¿Sí lo estás filmando? Sí. ¿Sí? Sí. ¿Sí lo estás captando? Vale, ahí te va. Ok.
And that's what are the aliens, you know, that is conjuring up the demons. And
you say that one more time for the people.
The alien myth is a cover-up for all the demonic demonology practices within the psyops and all the various MK Ultra program of the CIA and all the mind control activities.
This is really demonic manifestation.
Demonic manifestation.
These aliens are just demons.
Now, one of the hardest things that people have to understand, and I completely appreciate it, is this idea of shapeshifting. Now, it's an ancient thing in terms of accounts all over the world, not just shapeshifting between human and reptilian, but shapeshifting between human and many different forms, animal forms, etc. And people perceive it because we're so locked into this reality is real, as like a physical, solid human body transforming into a solid reptilian body and then back again. Because I've spoken to people all over the world, in vast numbers now, who have seen this phenomenon of seeing someone, a human, suddenly transform into a reptilian figure and then come back again. And the ancient accounts talk about the same thing. And people think, hey, it's impossible, mate. How could a body change into another body? I mean, the person would die, wouldn't they? Well, that's not what's happening. As we talked about in the first half, the only place that the physical reptilian form and the physical human form exist is in here, when their energetic form is decoded into a holographic, apparently physical form. So when something's shape-shifting, it shifts in the decoding mechanism by which we decode different energy fields. It's literally like changing a television channel. You've got the human field, which is obscuring the reptilian field because they hide behind the human field, so we don't know what the hell's going on. And if I'm observing the human field, that's the prime field that I'm decoding, I will see a human. But if this becomes the prime field, suddenly, for whatever reason, I'm now decoding the reptilian field, the reptilian energy field. What is happening in my decoded system in my mind is I'm seeing a human physical form, reptilian physical form, human physical. Did you see that? Bloke's just changed into a bloody lizard. So it's in the decoding that shapeshifting takes place, because there is no physical form out there. It's in here. That's where it all goes on. And this movement of energy fields is where we get confused, and it's where the decoding mechanism makes us think that very strange things are going on.
You can see it.
And I want to thank Congresswoman Marcia Fudge for hosting us. I've been talking so. Every time I think about Trump, I get allergic. Boy, we have 63 days to go. Well, thank you. Whoa. Well, you just heard the next vice president, didn't you? In addition to thanking Marcia Fudge, let me also thank your great Senator Sherrod Brown. Also, excuse me. Also, two other great members of Congress, Tim Ryan and Joyce Beatty.
Bye.
I'm about to record this right here. I used to hear about everybody talking about that reptilian or whatever that demonic situation is when it comes to celebrities. And if you're selling your soul, whether it's Illuminati or something like that, I heard about it, but I wasn't really sure about it. I was kind of skeptical, but I've seen Nicki Minaj and Justin Bieber on YouTube with this type of reptilian situation that goes on. Stephen A. Smith is going to do the same exact thing. If you look close, his eyes is going to change. I'm about to push play right now.
Post it on Facebook. No chance the series won't go past 5 games. It will be remembered as a
watch Stephen A. Smith's eyes, everybody.
The season comes to an end. Stephen A. Smith, many thanks, and we will hear from James Harden here live on this edition of Sports Center.
You saw it. Everybody just saw it right there. I'm gonna rewind it back again. This is after the loss of Rockets. After the loss of Rockets, the last game.
Failed to show up. They will make shots, and in order for San Antonio to beat them, they're going to have to control pace on defense and make shots on offense. Otherwise, they have no chance.
Everybody pay attention.
Won't go past 5 games. It will be remembered as a stunning night in Houston. That
I want to pause it, and I'm going to see if I can.
Comes to it. And Steve A. Smith, many thanks, and we will hear from James Harden here live on this edition of Sports Center.
I'm going slow. I'm trying to pause it. Okay, work with me. Look at that. Everybody see it. His eyes disappeared. Another set of eyes came in. Look at that. Everybody can see it. Look at this. Look at this pupil on the right side. Everybody see this, man. Y'all, I'm freaking out right now. It's for real. I'll push and play. Look, everybody can see it. You tell me. You tell me.
9-2.
Wow.
You better record that back.
I'll record, man. I ain't gonna send it back. That's crazy though.
All right, that's the third.
Well, I just mentioned you. I saw your people this morning. They're very excited to see you. I've seen you interviewed a couple of times about this. Is it nuts that you have 7-year-olds that are going to sleep out overnight just to talk to you?
I know. What are their parents thinking? No, it is crazy, especially for the sake. I mean, I've been saying in interviews, like, I mean, it's like 1 second the meeting. I mean, people still line up. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's very complimentary, and I guess it's great for the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, I had no idea, and even every little thing to do with this movie, it's always unexpected. The extent of the reaction. People literally thought there'd be like 300 people maybe turning up for the more things, and there's every single time like over 2,000. I don't know what it is here, but I mean up until now.
And I will say this, I was there, and in TV, I try not to judge because everyone's judging and blah, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
They're like smart chicks.
I know.
I mean, I hate to be that way, but they're like smart girls.
I know. That's the weirdest thing. It's like, what are you guys doing? You're all out of your mind. I know. Even like my agent and stuff was saying earlier on, he gets so many emails giving comments about what I should be doing and this and that, and they're all very eloquent and very very on the ball emails. They're not like crazy people who
They're not nuts.
I know, who write in like text message speak. They're all like they're all kind of they're on it.
The movie, are you excited about it? Are you proud? I mean, do you think if you're going to have something this big and this talked about, are you happy that it has to be this project?
Yeah, no, I mean, it is crazy. It's like, I mean, I am proud. I'm so totally unexpected. But, and I mean, even when I was shooting it, I had no idea it was going to be this at all.
Did you think it was going to stink?
No. Not in terms of like the quality of it, but I mean, just in terms of the size. I mean, it wasn't even a very big budget. And I just kind of thought, when it started getting this enormous hype, I just thought it was a kind of vampire love story. It's an independent film director. Like, no one's famous in the movie.
Keep you busy for a couple months.
Yeah, I just thought and I liked the script, and I really liked Kristen. I thought it could be something different from your average kind of teen horror thing. It could be something kind of not lowest common denominator, and
not totally embarrassing, but not an Oscar.
Yeah, I mean, and it's ended up being this. I mean, I went into it wanting. I had a very specific intention, and I wanted to make it. I'd seen all these other, every kind of book which becomes a phenomenon, or any kind of, it sells over 1 million copies, is immediately signed up to be made into a movie, and 90% of the movies that are made out of them are rubbish. And so I just thought, especially for young adult things, and the audience goes into a young adult book adaptation thinking it's going to be rubbish before they've even gone in. Mm-hmm. And so I thought, well, I kind of want to change people's perception of that, and that was what I was thinking before I even started shooting. But to see what the difference is, I mean, to see what's happened, it's crazy. I didn't think anyone realized how obsessive the fans of the book were, and they're like intense.
But you're okay with it. You're not freaked out by it.
Oh no,
you're not up at night in your covers, Robert Pattinson looking around like.
Oh no, yeah. It's the same thing you're saying. They're smart girls. So they're not crazy people. They just want to have. There's a need about this book, and
It's not the book, babe. Occasionally, you are washing your hair.
Make it up more and more and more. Like 6 weeks. I haven't washed my hair for 4 years. I mean, I just don't understand. Where all these things come from.
So occasionally, you are washing your hair.
mean, occasionally when it gets unbearable, when I have like mites and stuff.
Are you liking America?
I am. I wish I could see. I mean, I've hardly ever been anywhere in America. So I mean, I've been before this tour. I've been only in New York, LA, and Denver, and that was it. And on this tour, I've gone to so many places I actually wanted to go to for ages, and I'm here for about 9 hours,
Yeah.
and then leave.
I want to ask you 5 questions. I think I put it in. Here we go. We ask every big famous star. And guess what? You're in the running, babe. I have to tell you, I didn't know who you were 3 or 4 days ago, but now I know all about you. Or at least as much as I'm prepared to know. Favorite beauty product?
None.
Favorite junk food? Junk food.
Oh, junk fruit. What's a junk fruit?
I know, right? Favorite junk food?
Cheeseburgers.
All right. Celebrity crush?
Oh, I thought about this the other day and I've forgotten again. Ooh, remember it. Oh, come back to it.
Team you love to hate?
Team you love to hate?
Man,
English football team, to
Who
be
do you got?
honest. No, the actual English national team. Like, it's just that, everyone wants them to win and they always never get anywhere.
Bex is not gonna like that. Have you had a cheesesteak since you've been in Philadelphia?
I had one for lunch.
What did you like on it? What did you put on it? Like onions or?
Well, I didn't really have a proper cheesesteak. I had a cheesesteak sandwich, so I didn't really have too much choice.
That's what it is. It's a cheesesteak sandwich. That's what it is.
Do you not get like an actual cheesesteak?
No.
Oh. I didn't know I had a choice of what I put on it. I had onions and mushrooms.
Did you like it?
It was amazing.
Okay. Last thing, they're wrapping me up. Can you do one tease for us? Can you just say, hey, this is Robert and I'm talking to Jen on Good Day Philadelphia?
Hey, this is Robert. I'm talking to Jen. Oh, what is it again?
Good Day Philadelphia.
Good Day. Hey, this is Robert Pattinson. I'm talking to Jen on Good Day Philadelphia.
Awesome. Hey, listen, good luck.
Thanks a lot.
Next time you come around, I'm going to know who the hell you are.
I don't know.
An unidentified person oddly stares at the camera. Further, his eyes appear far larger than normal.
I imagine that right now you're feeling a bit like Alice. Tumbling down the rabbit hole? Hmm?
You could say that.
I can see it in your eyes. You have the look of a man who accepts what he sees because he is expecting to wake up. Ironically, this is not far from the truth. Do you believe in fate, Neo?
No,
Why not?
because I don't like the idea that I'm not in control of my life.
I know exactly what you mean.
Aaron Rodgers was really sharp. He was outstanding. I think the spread set really kept the Pittsburgh defense off balance. Rodgers had over 300 yards passing, and that was 4 or 5 key drops by the receivers. So he had an outstanding day. Starks ends up rushing for over 50 yards for some crucial first downs. The big thing was Aaron Rodgers, though. He was very accurate. He was in rhythm the entire night.
But the impressive thing to me, beginning of the first quarter, the beginning of the third quarter, you could tell Green Bay had to hang in there and watch Pittsburgh march down the field and be in a
Aaron Rodgers was really sharp. He was outstanding. I think the spread set really kept the Pittsburgh defense off balance. Rodgers had over 300 yards passing, and that was 4 or 5 key drops by the receivers. So he had an outstanding day. Starks ends up rushing for over 50 yards for some crucial first downs. The big thing was Aaron Rodgers, though. He was very accurate. He was in rhythm the entire night.
But the impressive thing.
Well, I know Mike McCarthy was really concerned about this ball game, and as a coach, you're always worried about playing a team that was embarrassed the week before. And you look at the Giants; they're a desperate team right now. They know their playoff chances are right there in front of them with the 2 games with the Cowboys coming up.
Holy shit. Is there any way you can slow-mo it?
Jimmy. Well, I know Mike McCarthy was really concerned about this ball game, and as a coach, you're always worried about playing a team that was embarrassed the week before. And you look at the Giants; they're a desperate team right now. They know their playoff chances.
Look at him. Look how freaked out he is on the left.
2 games with the Cowboys coming up, and this is a big game for them. Whereas the Packers, even though they'd like to be undefeated,
can you rewind it one more time?
Berth already cinched.
Well, for the Giants.
Look how concerned he is on the left. Like something's really wrong.
Tennessee taking it up to Buffalo, 23-17. Jimmy. Well, I know Mike McCarthy was really concerned about this ball game, and as a coach, you're always worried about playing a team that was embarrassed.
That's a total slit.
You look at the Giants; they're a desperate team.
It's a total
right now.
slit and just went back.
Are right there in front of them with the 2 games with the Cowboys coming up, and this is a big game.
Rewind it one more time and I get one more.
They'd like to be
this is
undefeated,
fucked up.
They know that they've got to play.
You should see what I got here up close. Okay.
Jimmy. Well, yeah, I know Mike McCarthy was really concerned about this ball game, and as a coach, you're always worried about playing a team that was embarrassed the week before. And you look at the Giants; they're a desperate team right now. They know their playoff chances are right there in front of them with the 2 games with the Cowboys coming up, and this is a big game for them. Whereas the Packers, even though they'd like to be undefeated, they know that they've got a playoff, berth already cinched.
But for the Giants,
I'm incredibly honoured to take on this role as the lead international advocate for Australia's commitment to gender equality and the human rights of women and girls and persons of diverse gender identities. In this role, I'm committed to listening to those who are dedicated to promoting gender equality and learning about the perspectives and priorities in communities and countries in our region and globally. Promoting gender equality is the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do. It is central to Australia's diplomatic, economic development and regional security, as well as our international engagement. I look forward to working with partners in Australia, in the Pacific, in Southeast Asia, and globally to progress the Australian government's priorities to increase women's economic empowerment, women and girls' leadership, and to end sexual and gender-based violence, to improve access to health and education services, and progress the women, peace, and security agenda.
I imagine that right now you're feeling a bit like Alice. Tumbling down the rabbit hole? Hmm?
You could say that.
I can see it in your eyes. You have the look of a man who accepts what he sees because he is expecting to wake up. Ironically, this is not far from the truth.
This one here smells great. Which one? Smells like Mother's crazy sister cake. Oh, you think so? Yeah, I do. It smells so good. She couldn't have been that crazy. I don't think so. Oh, you don't think so, huh? Well, she put her poodle one time in a microwave oven to eat it? Yeah, to eat it? Oh, no. No, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, silly, to dry it. No, no, no. But it exploded, and they were both found dead. She must have been out of her head. Oh, oh, oh, here it is. There's
Maybe it's just because you're ugly.
Shut the fuck up.
I said certified free.
Swimmy there? By that night, nothing had changed. Kevin, Swimmy there? By that night, nothing had changed. Yeah.
Ouais, côté on est qui va le estimer, qui dit où la science pas exister pour lui, flat. Regardez mon bagage pour nous. Regardez mon bagage pour nous. One Jason t-shirt a filmé, bah ça vous entendez pour nous. Penny. Well, Noël, et puis well, Noël. Vidéo l'homme vidéo tini à un peu encore. Penny. Même coupil. Et puis voilà mon bagage. Yeah. Vivo bagay. Regardez. Fais pas un petit peu, ouais, on t'y goûte dans la bouche, ouais. On t'y goûte. Ok, boba. Penny. Mais raison. Ok, Penny. Mais raison. Ok, Penny. Right, ok. Mais raison. Eh bien, vidi.
Vous les a?
Yeah, you live. Mais raison, flat.
Hi, Greta.
Stolen my dreams, my childhood with your empty words, and yet I'm one of the lucky ones. People are suffering, people are dying.
Sur des formes d'expression qui paraissent familières, vous assument totalement le concept de liberté qui est brandi aujourd'hui par certains de nos compatriotes pour dire j'ai la liberté de ne pas me faire vacciner. Il s'arrête là où la liberté de l'autre est à ce moment-là entravée, là où la vie de l'autre peut être mise en danger.
Nearly a year after police say he brutally attacked his father, a young man is arrested. The incident happened last March at a home in Tempe. Court paperwork shows Isaiah Gentry is accused of hitting his dad in the head with a statue before stabbing him 20 times with a steak knife. The victim was able to escape to a neighbor's house. Despite the severity of the attack, documents show the victim's injuries were non-life threatening. Police say Gentry told them he tried to kill his father because a, quote, shape-shifting reptile had taken over. Gentry had been hospitalized and was recently released and arrested on an attempted murder charge.
Jurisdiction is more clearly determined. Walk us through your initial reaction to that court ruling. Do you feel like you and your team are in a good position to address this legally moving forward, or what do you want to see happen next?
Yes, I mean, look, this was a really important next step. Early this morning, the legal team filed an amended petition with the court. It's immediately aimed to release her from custody. And just about an hour or so ago, we received a court ruling where the
Yet. What do you think about the doctor's findings and testimony? Log on to cfnews13.com/chat to voice your opinion. I'm chatting too. We'll try to answer your questions. Answer your questions. Answer your questions.
And the truth is, you are enslaved to an alien race. You are being ruled by the children of Satan, and they are among you. They're a race of dragons that have a polymorphic ability which allows them to change the size and shape of their bodies. They're shapeshifters. And they've used this ability to make themselves look like humans, to imitate us. That's how they've taken us over. Our enemies have become our masters. After all the shapeshifting and reversions I've shown, it should be obvious that these are physical beings that are physically transforming their bodies. They're not demons possessing human hosts or anything like that. They're not hybrids either, and they're not using holograms to make themselves look human. It's a dragon that has essentially liquefied its cells and then molded them into the shape of a human body. When they switch their cells to the fluid state, they can move them around and form them into any shape or texture, almost like living plastic. They can also change the characteristics of their cells, the size, hardness, elasticity, color, and so on. That's how they imitate human bodies. But it's only imitating the basic outward appearance, just what you see on the surface. It doesn't have the biological makeup of a human body. It's still a dragon with its original physiology, just reshaped and compressed to fit inside that human-shaped form. After I'd seen a number of these reversions, I noticed that they all matched the features of the newborn in Alien Resurrection, and now I know for certain that it's them. The individual playing the newborn hasn't reverted its horns or tail, and there's makeup and prostheses on its head, but the rest of its body is close to fully reverted, and looking at that, it's clear that it's a dragon. A bipedal dragon with a semi-humanoid body type. This is the monster that's hiding inside of those fake human forms. I saw a video on YouTube a few years back where some Australian guy was saying that he's a 10-foot tall Arcturian. I didn't know what to make of that at the time. It seemed highly implausible that a 10-foot tall alien could make itself look like a human. But as it turns out, he was telling the truth. And now I know that an Arcturian is a dragon, and they are about 10 feet tall. As I said, the problem is the Dracs control all the major organizations. Obviously, they're not going to support me. They're going to denounce me. So it'll probably have to be a smaller independent group that takes me in. At this point, I'd be glad just to have a few people on my side, because so far, there's been no one at all. Not one of my people has responded since I first declared myself 6 months ago. In spite of that, I've continued to do this work to reveal the truth to you. And now it's complete. There's nothing more that needs to be said or shown. That's the truth in its entirety, and it will always stand, whether anyone believes it or not. I know that I'm on the correct path because I fulfilled all of the prophecies leading up to deliverance. It should happen, but if it doesn't, it's not my failure. If you refuse to accept the truth, there's nothing more I can do. I can't make this happen if no one else is willing to get involved. If you really are just cattle, then I can't save you. No one can save you. You'll stay in this cage forever.
Dr. Bear has just got exposed. His eyes switch to this weird looking demon eyes. I don't know what it is, reptile, whatever. And I'm a Christian, okay? As you can see, I'm kind of pumped. This is not fake. So, just look at this, guys. So, oh my gosh.
Well, he was screaming in his sleep, crying. He was in so much pain. One out. And then the doctor gave us a prescription for it. The same thing.
Joseph, one of the things that
Sorry, guys, my baby got a hot chat. Wait, it's after this girl.
when you were
It's after this girl.
a family, when everyone was living under one roof, that you were mentally and physically
That's creepy.
to these.
See, guys? We're at my house.
That's what we do. The Globe asked a doctor to assess certain celebrities' risk factors and make her analysis. For example, she said, it appears Britney is suffering from a major psychological disorder and that it might actually be bipolar to do that. The doc then predicts how much longer they'll live. Sick, I know, but I also know you want to hear what she has to say. The doc says if people don't get help or straighten up fast, I haven't read any of this. Britney won't make it to the age 30, Lindsay went to 25, and Michael Jackson has no more than 5 years left. At the other end, Angelina's going to have a long, healthy life, and so will George Bush.
If you're not already bipolar,
I hear yelling in the booth. Are they yelling at me for the way I read that?
You did great.
Okay.
But if you're not,
excuse me.
I could hear Lisa yelling
Give
from.
her a break. She didn't read it earlier. She doesn't know the story. It's okay. Just stop it. She's okay.
I could hear.
You know, he said he was off at an airport.
Check out this chick's eyes.
And during the time this crime happened, why didn't they believe that the first time around?
Well, the first time around in 1957, when Jack, along with
Called
hundreds of other
HD,
people were
high definition.
considered suspects, he was cleared. He made a collect phone call from another city that was verified by the FBI agents. They interviewed the the manager. He spoke with 3 recruitment officers.
People at FBI
and those gentlemen were.
Where's Roddy Piper when we need him? A man in Russia caught something strange on camera, showing we are sharing this world with non-human beings. This very strange video was recorded in a banquet hall during a private party in Russia. The party had been attended by supermodels, politicians, billionaires. Basically, some of the most rich and powerful people in Russia. Popular Russian musician Sergei Shnurov and his band Rubble were hired to play at the event. During the event, a short power outage happened at the banquet and the lights quickly went out. This is what the band had seen. For some reason, most of the people who were in the hall began to shine light with their eyes.
Вступление. Но что-то случилось со светом в прекрасный момент. Просто погас. Почему-то у большинства людей, которые были в зале, а там были люди совершенно такого серьезного полета, стали светиться глаза.
Ужасно, ужасно. Ужасно, потому что свет погас, и вдруг эти глаза светящиеся. И вдруг эти глаза светящиеся.
Unfortunate.
The Queen's Cup final polo match was held in Windsor this weekend, with the monarch herself in attendance, despite sporting an extremely bloodshot left eye. Close-ups of the Queen showed the infected eye. However, Buckingham Palace remained tight-lipped over its cause, only saying that nothing untoward had happened and Her Majesty was in fine fettle. The Queen seemed undeterred by her ailment, smiling at the crowds before presenting players with their trophies.
Let me tell you. Get ready to hit it all the way down the court with Michael going, maybe?
Yep, there it is. Michael Jordan on the breakaway. 37 for Jordan. It's a 20-point.
It just sort of went snuggling in. Like you was looking for the rebound all alone, and you had about 80 feet of court.
Then we learn from it. I promise you, from this day forward, I will live with the memories of knowing that I had a little brother, but I tried to never went to the
It gets so much better. When I was in high school, I was miserable. And I remember one night sitting on the couch downstairs in the family room all alone. And
and Hercules. This is where the power lies.
At this time, the heavyweight.
Tonight, Russia intends to pull back its military buildup threatening Ukraine.
Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life, that there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad. It is this feeling that has brought you to me. Do you know what I'm talking about? know what it is. The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is.
advantage Celtic in this fixture of late, and it is certainly a bit. And it is. It is. Wait. Advantage in this fixture of late, and it is certainly advantage. Late, and it is certainly advantage. Late, and it is certainly. Wait.
for example, for our protection, or even for attack. When we're on the surface and we meet human beings, even a large group of them, this makes no difference. All of your minds are like one mind. We're able to touch that mind and induce them via telepathy the command, see us as one of your kind. And the weak human will accept this order without refusion, and they will see us, despite our reptilian look, as normal humans. I've done this many times, and you weak humans generally see me as an attractive brown-haired woman.
More and more people are becoming poor.
Need the blood because they are, in fact, not human. They take human shape. They are reptilians. And they need the blood. The blood helps them maintain their reptilian shape, and it helps them maintain their sanity, and it helps them to live in this world because they are not from this world.
Does that relate to what the Nazis call vril power and what the Hindus call the serpent power in the blood?
Yes, the blood has something in it. It has secretions.
The thighs are rotated about 90 degrees to the outside, and the lower legs are rotated about 90 degrees from the thighs. The ankles aren't rotated at all.
Album before this one.
All right.
Yeah.
Chris Brown, he believes in UFOs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Do you think you ever been abducted?
Hell no.
You think you ever seen anything that looked different?
Mm-mm.
Why do you believe?
Because I'm an alien.
Why?
Because I'm an alien.
Explain.
Can't explain.
Do you now? Do you feel like? And I don't mean you know. Sometimes people think alien with the eyes and outer space and all that stuff. But you really feel like you're not of this planet.
I don't know. No, I'm an alien.
Well, you know what? Fuck it, I'm an alien too.
For sure.
There it is. You know what I'm saying? Give me some of that alien work.
Let's get it.
All right. Do you? But you because I say this, Chris. I say, how can we be here and nobody else is here?
What you mean?
Like, how can we be on this
on
Earth,
this planet? Oh, for sure.
on this planet and nothing else exists?
Yeah, I second that.
And you've never been abducted, but you're an alien.
Mm-hmm.
Have you abducted anyone else?
Mm-mm.
Is there alien game that you can spit to us? Is there alien language that you know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Well, it's obvious you don't want to share any of that.
You feel me? I got it. You know.
Já eliminamos vários ministérios da máquina pública. E, ao mesmo tempo, nós não vamos parar por aí. Já estão encomendados. Deixa eu pedir uma pastilha. Já estão encomendados estudos para eliminar. Chega, é muito. Já estão. Nós não vamos parar por aí. Já estão encomendados. Deixa eu pedir uma pastilha. Já estão encomendados estudos para eliminar. Chega, é muito. Já estão.
Here's the video that's the source of that frame. Also notice that he decompresses his head somewhat when it's facing backwards. This is shapeshifting captured on Google Maps. This individual knew that the vehicle was coming to take pictures, so he or she morphed into this form right before it got there, and then morphed back to the human imitation form after the picture was taken. The head is either decompressed from its human imitation size, or the body is compressed, or perhaps a combination of both. The skin is turned completely green as well. A short time after this was noticed, Google blurred out the individual, which you can see in the right frame. Later, they blurred out the entire house. As I said, some of the photos used for memes are actually shape-shifting. And that's the point of using them for memes, to increase the visibility of shape-shifting in the mainstream. Most people probably don't make anything of it, but some may begin to catch on that something isn't right. These two appear in memes, and this is shape-shifting. That's also a clear example of neck elongation on the right.
My producer's doing this to me, isn't he? I asked for a bad guy, and he gives me Michael Jackson?
Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life, that there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad. It is this feeling that has brought you to me. Let me tell you why you're here. Splinter in your mind, driving you mad. It is this feeling that has brought you to me.
doing this to me, isn't he? I asked for a bad guy, and he gives me Michael Jackson?
What's the angry ones look like? The reptile ones that you were talking about?
The fucking bad the ones that we're gonna be fighting.
Yeah, they have small.
Yeah, we actually saw those in Battle LA.
Hey, make sure, Walsh. Hey, just don't bypass with that gun. I mean, you and Pat faced up this mountain.
All 34 be advised, 3 movers, internal buildings 207. Go, shoot him. Fuck yeah, motherfucker! Fucking done!
Прием, я второй. Могу его видеть. Стреляют, товарищ командир, стреляют! Двое его преследуют. Подлетаю, 70 градусов на юг. Еще один. Их уже 4, которые его преследуют. Их уже 5, товарищ командир, 5. Справа. Среди вышли из здания. 5, товарищ командир, 5. Стреляют, товарищ командир, стреляют. Мы его поймали. Их уже 5, товарищ командир. Вышел из здания. Стреляют, товарищ командир, стреляют. Это твой поймали. Он его преследует. Давай конем. Держи его. Мне это что не нравится. Улетаем отсюда. Бедняга пропал. Возвращаемся на базу.
It's like a freaking battle. Whoa. Welcome to Las Vegas.
See him like
Draw a small gray.
Small gray. Yeah.
Are these the aliens that you've seen?
That is not gray.
No, but
Which ones do you see?
yeah, these right here, the small grays. They have a little
Had a
slippery mouth.
How do they breathe?
They have nostrils, but they don't.
Do they breathe oxygen?
Yes, they can breathe oxygen. They the atmosphere on their planet is very similar, but it's a binary star system, so they have like 2 suns, and which makes the air a lot drier. Their skin is their bones are more fragile than ours. But they kind of.
So I could fucking.
They kind of look like that.
They don't want to fuck.
What's their body look like?
Their bodies, well, I've only seen.
Do they walk around naked? Do they wear clothes? What do they do?
Yeah, the chicks have boobs.
How do they
on
fuck?
their home planet? I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Now, see, they didn't. I'm reading this that exchange program that Steven Spielberg explained at the end of Close Encounters of the Third Kind was really close to
Draw a female up there. Tell them to see if I fuck it.
Well, I don't know. They look the same.
When special sport comes down,
How do you tell them all from a female?
you're born.
They got fun bags.
No, not from what
Who do they
So
fuck?
a mother.
Actually, EBE1 is a female. The one, was a female. She actually
Draw the other one. This is the gray. Draw all 3 of them.
Do the girls have?
Because I want to know which one.
What are the reptile ones look
Which
like?
one I'd fuck.
And then there's
we
another one, which is actually a clone.
Like
these things created a clone, which looks something similar, but it
And
has
these
a
are
large.
bad dudes?
pointy
They
nose.
cloned?
They have large, pointy noses, but they pretty much.
And you said they live among us, huh?
There was another incident called the. What was it? Hangar number 4 incident.
That's a good word.
Okay.
Hangar number 4. And these right here are the tall whites, and they're actually a clone created by the small grays.
Are they
They're like servants.
What's the angry ones look like? The reptile ones that you were talking about.
Fucking bad. The ones that we're gonna be fighting.
Yeah, they have small.
Yeah, we
eyes.
actually saw those in Battle LA.
They have small eyes,
In their
and
they cut open their stomachs and found
They got
out
weapons?
They have a heart.
It's so horrible. They have weapons.
They're kind of like an onion.
Do they have weapons?
They have layers.
But it's okay. She's a veterinarian. Are they evil?
Are the alien ones or not?
They look like reptiles, not ugly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. This is a very bad drawing, but they.
This is pretty good to me.
This is dudes on land with lost, right?
How tall are those motherfuckers right there?
These guys right here, and they're all humanoids, so they both walk on 2 legs. They all walk on 2 legs.
Well, I don't want to fuck that thing.
And this thing right here,
the first thing, and they'll go like the fucking first one I talked about.
this thing right here is huge. They're actually they're taller than us. They stand about 6 foot something on an average to 7 foot.
Are they like 230? What are they like?
Huge. I don't know, but
They're gonna fuck me
the
up.
one image that I have seen of them, they're huge. Like they have a very strong build. Like,
But their bones are fragile.
No, not those.
This is going
Those
on
small-
American Funny
small.
Song videos.
Well, what's up with the fucking big dudes? Like, what's their fucking planet like?
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah.
I don't know, but they.
How do they react? Can they breathe oxygen too?
These, yes, but these and these had a large war.
Okay, who won?
These guys. Well, no, these guys won. They almost wiped these out, but.
They had a soft spot.
So we should be more worried about their planet was destroyed, so they had to go to Serpo.
Well, this guy's got a fucking bunch of motherfucking clones. So.
How do you know that there was an alien war?
Because EVE1 said so.
I actually watched Star Wars.
What the fuck is EVE1?
It's the foreign. They exchanged the motherfucking. We did like a foreign exchange program. Yeah, we exchanged some minions for some fucking aliens. They took us back to their fucking planet.
They took 12 of us. If you go online and look at under the Majestic 12, and actually, so President who was it? Told Steven Spielberg when that movie was made, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the president told Steven Spielberg that he hit the nail on the head, and pretty much because at the end of the movie you can count them. They send
Are these
12 humans
when this asteroid or whatever the fuck's gonna go on here pretty soon? Are these motherfuckers gonna come help us out, or what are they gonna do?
Well.
This asteroid's supposed to be 2016?
2012.
2012, December 21st, 2012.
The asteroid, that fucking.
Okay, there was
Are
an
those
asteroid.
motherfuckers gonna come help us out?
Maybe Jesus was an alien.
You know what? They said that's a very strong possibility. That he wasn't an alien, but he was. Our DNA has been altered 68 times since the caveman days. So,
do you believe in? Do you not believe in Jesus?
I do.
Do you believe he was an alien?
You know if I need to send money or if I need to spend my money? What do I do?
Do I buy
These
stocks
motherfuckers can
or
come
sell
help us out because if not, then I'll fucking blow all my money and shit and have a good fucking time.
Okay, well, the thing that they're calling an asteroid that's supposed to hit us and destroy us was actually not an asteroid. It's a spaceship.
Holy shit, we're done.
It is. It was actually a spaceship of the reptilian kind, but it's since then.
So we're gonna get invaded.
No, that's what they were talking about.
It's gonna be a raid.
But
This
check
is
it out.
where this all ties into the military.
Iron Man.
Yeah, we have the Avengers.
Yeah.
Thank God.
No,
Hey, where are these motherfuckers at? Because if these motherfuckers are like within a couple years out, these motherfuckers are nowhere to be seen. What the fuck's going on?
Well, that's what we're doing. We're forming an alliance with them. We've actually sent 12 of our own to their planet, and they stayed there for 13 years.
How did we get our guys to
Does Obama know
They're
about
supposed to be set. I'm pretty sure he knows. I'm pretty sure all the presidents know something about it, but there's no telling.
Make these
All right.
three. There's three
So,
pages.
this fucking brown dwarf or whatever the fuck it is, it's not really fucking.
Langfeld went off to his.
He got abducted by aliens, and he's telling us about what's gonna happen when the aliens attack.
They were coming to invade us, but
They
they've
are
rerouted.
now?
They've rerouted.
So what's going on in 2012 now?
I don't know.
You gotta be up on this shit. You can't just be fucking like.
I got really getting late started on this alien abduction.
Yes, it's awesome.
We're way past that shit. We're next level shit, guys.
Yeah.
You're talking about alien
I
wars
just
and
want to
shit.
determine if I should fucking just live
this
my
an
next 2
alien?
years up. Oh, yeah, those are the reptilians.
Those are the big motherfuckers. Those are the bad ones.
But the human
Those guys are coming to invade us.
Those are-
The Jewish aliens?
Yeah, those are
Those are the
Those are
clones.
clones.
Actually, they have other clones that they're creating that have like heads of dogs, but they only have like 3 fingers, 3 toes.
Well, that's fucked up. Technology a little bit off there, huh?
Don't leave, Lee.
Maybe
now.
we clone some hot ass bitches and invade us with some fucking sluts.
Doors closed. This is what I wanted to hear. Let's hear feedback.
Motherfucker's crazy.
I believe it.
You believe everything that he said?
Oh yeah, me too. Definitely.
I'm gonna go get this story.
What those door pictures?
If Tom Cruise believes this shit, I believe it.
This is going on YouTube. Say something. That's exactly where I'm at right now.
The first picture of the alien went up there. I was like, you should put a picture of the alien that abducted you.
Probably get kicked out of the army.
Yeah, watch this. They fucking
Psychonauts come down.
They fucking like cordon off this fucking area. They all fucking like
Come in
really
with
shirtless and shit coming here. And they're like, what's
Some
the
men in black
They're
bullshit.
like, all
They're
right,
holding up
everything you
little
just learned,
laser.
guys.
He started talking again. We gotta kill everybody.
We want to see them charged. We want to have them arrested. They need to be charged with because somebody was gracious enough to.
The connection, we lost it for a second. You said you want to see them charged. Did you say charged with murder? Is that what you said?
We want to see them charged with. Murder. And we want them to be convicted. We want them arrested. They need to pay for what they did. to do anything to help him. That I didn't see. What I did see was murder, and that.
As someone who's going through this, as someone who's dealing with it, to America, what that feels like and why people are out there protesting for the very thing that happened to your loved one?
One of them tried to do anything to help him. That I didn't see. Tried to do anything to. That I didn't see.
The FBI, the Minnesota Department of Public Safety are investigating George's death. The 4 officers involved have been fired, which the mayor of Minneapolis said was the right call. But is that enough for your family, Colleen?
See this? It's the same thing on every channel.
Yeah, it's always the same.
Okay, so for those of you who are new to Pizzagate, I'm going to break down the symbolism in this photo. It's kind of odd that it seems to be blood dripping from the words. Well, that's because it is blood. Okay? You have pizza that represents children. Notice how it looks like a face in the pizza and how it is connected to a chain that seems to be highlighted with blood. All right, notice how the eyes are bloody as well. If you flip this upside down, you have what seems to be now a sad pizza face with a male genitalia, what looks like on the bottom. And then now you have 2 smiley faces in the eyes. Okay, those are representing demons. So what they do to these children is they torture them through intense traumas, and a chemical known as adrenochrome is produced, and they extract this from the eyes and the pineal gland. Okay, that is why there are demons smiling, because this is known as soul stealing. You have the child connected to the chain. You have the whipping chain that is also bloody. And what else is bloody in this photo? Notice the teeth. That is very important, because what they do is eat these children as a part of a blood sacrifice ritual. All right, you can find this story in the Bible, Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel, cannibal, Cain and Abel. It's etymology. You put certain truths right in front of your face in plain sight. Notice how the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are always under the sewers eating pizza. That is because that is where they do their rituals, under the sewers. That is why they have underground bases and have this trafficking situation, because these are draconian reptilians that live and dwell under the ground.
They waged war on Earth. They set fire to our forests. It's already hard to breathe. Someone who somehow survives their cruelty. And now, we're no more than pests. Vermin. They came here to exterminate us. They took our history and culture. They covered our landmarks in dying humanity. The wail of the dying carried for miles. They're building some kind of breeding facility for those that survive. People that have defected say it's worse than hell. Humans becoming some kind of surrogate incubators for the alien young. They killed us in waves when they first arrived. They built these megastructures that spew methane, manufacturing their atmosphere. They've sown their crops, snuffing out our plant life, raising the global temperature, causing our cities to flood.
Kärnbränsle. Det kommer landet att framföra till FNs atomenergiorgan.
Calm down. Get off of me. Calm down, man. All of you, get away from me. Calm down. Get him away from. Calm down. Calm down. Go. No.
Let's try this again.
On a classmate's cell phone. Now, we talk about the mother's arrest, but the mother says that her 16-year-old daughter, the victim in this case, was also arrested here back on September 18th. Now, keep in mind, this is the family story, their account of what they see happened here on campus earlier this month. Unfortunately, we weren't able to reach the school district for comment, but keep in mind.
What are you? Shapeshifter? Body snatcher?
And I'm very flexible too, which is good, because if I get tired of this body, I can just slip into Sammy Davis Jr.'s.
I'm right inside your head.
I wish I could do some really weird stuff for you guys, you know?
Hi, Gunther. Hey, Jimmy. How was the show?
Oh, pretty good. I don't know, it's frustrating though, you know? It seems like no matter what I do up there, I can never seem to match what's going on inside my head.
I wouldn't want to see that, son.
In the street, and you know, their parents says, you know who that is? That's the Grinch. And I go, I must find a way to stop Christmas from coming, you know, and their parents go, oh, I thought it was makeup. You know.
Creating hybrid crossbreed bloodlines. You see references to these in the Old Testament and into endless of the ancient texts. In the Old Testament, it talks about the sons of God, which in the original is sons of the gods, plural, interbreeding with the daughters of men to create the hybrid race, the Nephilim. These gods were the literal gods of the ancient people. And they used to sacrifice people literally to their gods. And these crossbreed bloodlines, as ancient accounts tell around the world, were put into the positions of ruling royal power in the ancient world. And then, as is happening today, when you do the genealogy of the ruling families and the ruling positions of power in the world, be they the 42 presidents of the United States up to Bill Clinton, be they the British royal family, be the aristocracy of Europe, any of these key ruling elites, the top of the banking system, the top of the global business system, you hit the family lines which go back to these same ruling lines of the ancient world, royal lines, that the ancient accounts say were the crossbreeds between humanity and these reptilian gods.
There's no hanky-panky whatsoever going on. There's no Photoshop. I don't even know how to use it. That's just a pause from CNN.